Welcome back, everybody. Hello, good day. Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. Welcome, one and all. We've arrived yet again. The return to DROD. My one true love. The only joy in my life is DROD. We must play more. More game, more. Welcome. Hey, Podmuddle, good to see ya. Chat and business, welcome. Atomic Runner. DROD is forever. There's so much more DROD to go. So much more. Syllogism, good to see ya. Zetsubera, Lanare, welcome everybody. It took a brief little sojourn into the land of Japanese Famicom games yesterday. Good time was had. I really enjoyed Arumana no Kiseki. Hinotori was fun as well. Good time. Fun games. But we must return to DROD. There's always more DROD. There's so much DROD. DROD's one of those games that it's just eternal. So by my count, there's still 7 Smite Master selections and 2 full-length mainline games. So I'm like maybe at the halfway point of the series. Maybe. It's hard to say. And then there's the infinite amount of user-made holds as well. It's just so much good stuff. Gregarious Bird, welcome. But that's fine because I like these games. I have fun. I enjoy them. So it's okay to have a lot. We're going back to Beethro's Teacher. By far the most difficult and challenging hold I have attempted to clear to this point. We are midway through the 3rd floor. 3rd of 8, I think. Again, I was spoiled, sadly. But knowing the length of a game doesn't really spoil too much. On the 3rd floor, most of the puzzles in this floor seem to center around Wraithwing enemies, which is very silly, very annoying. I did a little bit of research into how they operate on like a mechanical level, and I can't really understand it perfectly. So I think that's fine though. I don't think a complete understanding of Wraithwing is necessary to solve these puzzles, but still. Makes things easier, I guess. But anyway, let's probably just get to it. Probably just charge right in. Absorb into DROD. Game. There it is. 16 hours, 7 seconds on the clock. There's the music. So, yeah, when we last left off, finished this very silly room. We finished this silly room. This room wasn't silly, it was just... it was interesting. I don't know, I wasn't too fond of this one, but we solved it. This was a silly room. A lot of silliness so far. This was a fun, nice little room, nice little puzzle here. This one wasn't too bad. This one was silly and clever. We have this room, which I haven't even begun to look at. It looks like you just kill a couple monsters. And this one, which again I haven't even begun to look at, looks like you just kill a couple monsters. 3 monsters. No, 4. Or 5. 6, 7. This path takes us to the stairs leading up. Down? Up? Are we going up or down? I don't know. These stairs look like they're going up. Maybe we're descending into the Neft-kept eminent rather than climbing. I don't know. I never really pay attention to that. We also have this puzzle, which I haven't really thought about at all. I don't really know how to approach this puzzle. It seems like it's something very simple and elegant, but yet mysterious and inscrutable at the same time. So let's start the timer and poke around at this for a little bit. Surprisingly, the game has not been haunting my dreams and my thoughts and my very essence off stream. Mostly because I didn't really get stuck on this per se. I just kind of didn't even attempt to solve it that hard. So maybe we'll poke around at this for a little bit and then jump over and do one of these two. And then come back to this while this kind of attempts to be solved in my subconscious brain. I don't think that strategy will work, but maybe we'll try it. So what we're looking at here is a monster maze. There's 2 Wraithwings in here. We need to kill these 2 Wraithwings in some way. The only tools provided to us are a Mimic Potion and a Decoy Potion. And then the strange configuration of rooms and wires and bombs. So my first inclination is to somehow manipulate these 2 Wraithwings so that they fly out here, so Beethro can kill them. Although doing that would only allow him to kill one of the 2. The second one would escape destruction, it would appear. Getting them through here has proven to be problematic, despite my minimal efforts. The wires are obviously the key to starting this. The fuses, rather. This orb closes these 4 doors and opens these 2. So the Wraithwings cannot begin their journey until the orb has been hit. The only way to hit the orb is with this bomb. Neither the Mimic nor the Decoy can pierce the orb. The only way to light this bomb is via 1, 2, 3, 4 fuse ends. When this bomb ignites, depending on where the fuse is coming from, either if I light the top side of the fuse, then it cuts off access to the bottom here. If I light the bottom, it cuts off access to the top one. Now, these bombs in here would simultaneously ignite both sides of the fuse, meaning both these bombs would detonate, which likely is important. Fish fillets. I've never played fish fillets, 1 or 2. I think we were talking about that a couple days ago. I was meaning to look it up and I totally forgot. I did see another puzzle game. There's so many puzzle games. I was checking out one this morning called Bean and Nothingness. I haven't played it. I just added it to my Steam wish list. That one looks pretty fun. Very, very obvious DROD inspiration. It's like you collect these magic beans that transform into monsters, and you use those monsters to solve puzzles. Like you combine beans, you throw them on the ground, and then they zap them with your magic wand and they turn into monsters to solve puzzles for you. Looks really cool. I haven't played it, so I don't know how well it works, but it looks fun. Maybe next Steam sale I'll pick it up if it gets cheap. I already have infinite number of games to play. So I'm not in much of a rush to go out and buy it. I guess we need to start like fiddling around with this. Like the first choice to make is, well, I can't say for sure. Do we light the fuse? Or do we grab a potion? I guess that's the first choice.
My name is Beethro.
Thank you, Beethro. But how would these Wraithwings get killed. The bomb blasts are an obvious way. However, it's not possible, because the only way to free the Wraithwings is by hitting the orb. Upon hitting the orb, the bombs ignite 4 turns later. And there's no way these Wraithwings will traverse all the way in here in 4 turns, so that's not it. So the bombs aren't used to kill the Wraithwings. The bombs are used to destroy these broken walls, seemingly. Now, when the broken walls are destroyed, that allows me to drop either Mimic or Decoy onto these tiles. I assume that's what they're for. It could also just be to create a passage for the Wraithwings to escape. Now, the problem is the Wraithwings always get caught up on these force arrows when they're just following their natural instinct. So we need to somehow manipulate the Wraithwings around the force arrows and through here to get them out. Perhaps that's what the decoy potion is for. What's the decoy's range? Like, by dropping the decoy potion right here, it would pull the Wraithwings in there. Because the decoy range just touches these 2 tiles. Now, the issue would be that the Wraithwings would then be stuck in here unless I can get Beethro close enough to deactivate decoy aggro. I don't know what exactly that range is, but it's likely too far to be done there. The only way to place the decoy in here without it getting destroyed, but maybe we want to destroy it. Oh, we want to destroy it with these bombs. Yeah, of course. That's how we reset the Wraithwing aggro. We plant the decoy, so that way 1, 2, 3, 4 turns later it explodes, resetting the Wraithwing's aggro onto Beethro while they're in here to force them out. Okay, that part makes sense now. I see. I see. So when the Wraithwings are, we want that to be the 3rd turn. That to be the 3rd turn. 2, 1. When the Wraithwings are here, is the turn we need to place the decoy there. Alright, so that's one piece of the puzzle starting to come together. Now the question is, how do we simultaneously detonate both of these bombs to allow both Wraithwings both Wraithwings to escape out? How do we kill both of them? I'm gonna guess we just need to simultaneously step on these 2 fuses. Beethro and Mimic. Beethro up here, Mimic down there. So this is just Mimic manipulation. Okay, I think I see what needs to be done here. A shining arrow, welcome. Thank you for the good luck. We shall prevail. Now the fuse is long enough to allow Beethro to step on it and get back out. I don't know where to place the Mimic. I didn't really look into that position there. But we can just go like this. Probably not like that. That's close. If I step diagonally onto the fuse, the Mimic is gonna go south. Yeah, can't have that. Bow, 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 wow, 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 wow. Bow, wow, 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 wow. How do I get the Mimic there while Beethro's there? I'm pretty sure one turn off isn't enough because these need to be simultaneously detonated. We'll find out. Good call. We want to go... Let's find out. I probably need to get the Mimic out of there too. If we're going to be killing both Wraithwings in open space here, oh dear lord. Well, let's just see if this works first. Before worrying too hard about the final part. Yeah, the fuse is so long, we have to use these extra turns to get the Mimic out. I see, okay. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that worked. And then we wait till the Wraithwings are there. No. Here. And now, excuse me. Now we have both Wraithwings, but no way to kill both Wraithwings. Alright. What am I doing? Go like that. This'll be fiddly. I wish I had a checkpoint like now. What? Let's fiddle about. Come on. There we go. Close, but not close enough. Seems to be the correct start. I just wasted a few too many turns on these corners, but the corners being stepped like that means go. Corners being stepped like that means we have to go just one at a time. Oops. I want to do diagonals, but it's killing me. One turn away. Okay. Yeah, I wasted too many turns there. Okay, so go up, go down, go over, go back. So this part, Beethro goes up. I forgot exactly how to do this. Like that. Okay, from here, go one by one. Now the problem is this bit here. Where do I have room to send the Mimic northwest, north, northwest? The only spot I can do that seems to be if I'm out here. So perhaps at this point, Beethro makes his escape. One turn away. Is that right? The northwest steps are what kill me. So there's no space for a northwest step anywhere except for all the way over here. Within this area, the only spot to do northwest is up here. I don't suppose it matters which side Beethro's on versus the Mimic. It shouldn't. The only reason that would make a difference is what? Now we'd still run into the same problem. If the Mimic's up here, I'd need to send it southwest. And the only southwest steps are here. It would really only make a difference if diagonal or vertical preference were an issue. I believe, I think. Perhaps. I can get that one turn. Since I'm one turn off, I'm trying to think of a way just to buy one turn. Can I just for testing purposes? Let's see. Wait a turn and then step. Does this still work? No. So I only have the one turn of leeway with the fuse. Definitely thinking it's just something with my movement that's inoptimal. One, two, three. So if Beethro is here while the Mimic's there, then I can just go 1, 2. Now I have to go. It's this northwest step. I have to spend a turn ratcheting. Well, let's try it again. So from here, diagonal's the way to go. Because, yeah. Whoa. See, that felt a little awkward there. Now the only way I can see to get through this nonsense is by using the corners. So I need to go north or northwest. I'm never going to get a northwest step in here, so we go get my north. Whoops. Maybe now just go like that. Try and get some simultaneous action going. There we go. And then we drop the Mimic when the Wraithwings are there, I believe. Clear. And kill you. Alright, that was a fun little puzzle. Interesting. Interesting. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's move on. Immediately to the next one. So I think there's only 2 more left on this floor. Something to the west, and then something to the north. So we'll save this one for last, because this leads to the next floor. No secret walls. No. So again, I haven't even, like, looked at this one at all. It seems to be just 3 small puzzles. Although I'm sure that's not true. So we're given 1 Wraithwing. In all these puzzles, the Wraithwing is key. This 1 Wraithwing will never become aggressive, because that relies on a 2nd Wraithwing being in the room. So I can kill the Wraithwing easily enough, but that most likely is not the intended solution. What do these orbs do? When this bomb explodes, this orb closes that door. When this bomb explodes, that orb opens these 2. So what opens that door? This orb? So these are like airlocks or one-way passages. That gets me back out. So we just need to get the roaches into here and then stow them there. Move on to the next screen. Get this roach into there via this bomb. So when this bomb explodes, we only have X number of turns to get the roach onto this tile until the store closes. Same with this. Okay, so I'm starting to see what's going on here. Bomb explodes. We have so many turns to get the roaches into their little holding pen until it closes. So get those there, get that there, come up here. Like, I'm not seeing what the Wraithwing is for just yet. I'm trying to see what the Wraithwing is for. Using the Wraithwing to speed up the roach's movement? That doesn't seem possible. Well, let's dive in and start seeing what goes wrong. So we hit that. We have so many turns. Can't I just hang out over here? Let's see why this doesn't work. Looked like it worked to me. Let's bring the Wraithwing. I can't have the Wraithwing there. Wait, what? And the Wraithwing's not going to follow behind me. What's this Wraithwing for? I mean, I guess we send him around this way for some reason. I'm just assuming that the Wraithwing needs to be part of this. I don't understand why yet. I needed to juggle the Wraithwing around using the roaches? Why are we keeping the Wraithwing alive in the first place? That's what I don't get yet. This seems killable without a Wraithwing. Seems killable, maybe it's not. No, you can just jump right here and spin the sword and you're safe. Except then they're never gonna get out. Maybe this isn't winnable without a Wraithwing for protection. And I suspect I needed to use those roaches to pull the Wraithwing along with me. Alright. But now they're not going to make it. The roaches need every turn of movement, and I need to be down here. I mean, this is obviously set up to bring the Wraithwing around. That's got to be the key to this puzzle. Surely this is constructed, even though I can't tell at first glance, surely this is constructed to be unwinnable unless you have a Wraithwing as protection. Because of this. I see now, I see. The Wraithwing has to be here to prevent them from flooding into that. Oh, I didn't see that before. Yeah, okay. So juggling Wraithwings around walls. Using roaches. How do you do this? So you have a few turns to get the Wraithwing into position. The problem is the roaches cannot stop moving here. They have no turns to wait. So I need the Wraithwing on the other side of me. So that it retreats up to there. Have it ride the roaches because the turn order. Yeah, okay. So from there, diagonal, 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 diagonal. We can get it here. Like that. Okay. Cool. Cool. The roaches are the wheels of the Wraithwing bus. Now I'm gonna guess this is the same general idea. Likely this fuse is exactly long enough to get this roach up there. As long as it's moving consistently. Roach is going to follow this diagonal pattern. So I want the Wraithwing to be like there. Okay. Let's just see how this goes. Too slow. That one back step I took was too much. So I want to be on this line. Be like waiting there. But that's gonna cause the roach... Huh. There we go. Alright, my dear friend Wraithwing, where do I want you now? There? I could kill him now, but I don't think I want to kill him now. Dear friend, can you get above me? Almost. Oh, of course. Alright, this is kind of cool puzzle. This is kind of fun. Now you die, Wraithy. Wraithy boy, now you must die. How do I get you where I want you to be? Go here. That doesn't quite work. Clear. That was a fun little puzzle. Moving on. Third level, once north, once west. So what is the business of this room? What is the do? What is the rub? What is the mechanism of destruction? Orb? Wraithwing? This Wraithwing is going to be problematic, I think. Judging by the construction of this corridor, I believe that this Wraithwing will not ever leave his home. Unless there is another Wraithwing nearby to cause aggression. But I cannot... These are toggles. I can. These are toggles as well. I need to bring a Wraithwing into here. Leave it there. Which should be doable. These queens are all on force arrows. They may be part of the puzzle. They may just be obstacles. The problem is going to be getting a Wraithwing there. Seems like we have to kill these queens first. Because once the Wraithwing is up here, we can no longer step south of this line. This orb prevents us from bringing Wraithwings up here. I think? Huh. I just killed those guys because I don't know what they're going to be used for, if they're going to be used for anything. Now let's do some jockeying. Because as far as I know, I'm pretty sure... Come on. I'm pretty sure roaches... I'm pretty sure no other monsters factor into Wraithwing aggression other than other Wraithwings. That's not what I wanted. Like that. I assume just one is all that I need because that other one getting stuck in there may be an issue. I assume I can kill that guy now. Now I needed both. Once we hit that orb, we can't even move outside of this silly little area. It's a very confined area. Okay. This little spot for sidestepping a Wraithwing. I think I needed both Wraithwings in here in order to pull one into this little airlock. He'll never get any closer. Yeah. Alright. Still don't see why these queens would be necessary to be kept alive. don't really see how I can get just... Or I can get both of them there, either. That Wraithwing needs to be there. Perhaps if they swapped, if number 1 was in there, number 2 was there. Perhaps. I cause the swap. Like that. Not really sure. Not really sure. Or what needs to be done. How could roaches help me in this situation? I don't see how roaches attacking me from the back would ever help manipulate these Wraithwings. If I could get roaches over here, that'd be a different story, but that's not possible. Maybe I just need 1, but the problem is if I leave 1... Maybe this will work. We just leave 1 out here. I don't see how this would actually work, but maybe this will help. And I guess that does help influence aggression. And maybe need to have number 1 there versus number 2 there. Can I influence him to be more aggressive? If I move south... Come on. I can't get him to move any closer to me than that. Because... Again, I forget the exact rules and mechanics behind Wraithwing aggression. It's like if... The Wraithwing will not get any closer to me because it's closer to me than it is to the other Wraithwing. This Wraithwing needs to be like up here. Doesn't seem possible, but it may be. If this Wraithwing were on that force arrow, then this one would get closer to me. Can I make that happen? Immediately go for the Roach Queens, because I don't know what they're for besides just nuisance. And this wall seems specifically designed to prevent being able to carry your Wraithwing to the other side. But I mean, something like that's possible. But unfortunately, that means getting this Wraithwing there is still doable. Okay, wait. Maybe this is it. He wants to be aggressive because his buddies are in close enough proximity. Go like this. Come on. A little bit closer. Stay there. I need to use this space over here. There we go. Nope. Okay. See if this is now viable. I feel like this should work. Come back here! Oh, you dingus. Dingus wing. If only I could close the door while he's right there. Maybe over there is the key. Sir? Gotta love finicky little Wraithwings. Such a delight. I feel like I'm 90% of the way there. There's just got to be some way to influence this guy to move out here. This Wraithwing or this Wraithwing, no matter which one I choose, will always move before him. Review my homework. Let me review my homework real quick. Okay. Wraithwings calculate distance by taking the maximum of horizontal and vertical distance. On the Wraithwing's turn, it first calculates the distance from itself to the player. X. If X is more than 5, it will move closer to the player like a roach. That's why they maintain that 5-tile distance. If X is 5 or less, it will look at all other Wraithwings in the room. For each other Wraithwing, it calculates that Wraithwing's distance from the player, using the same rules, calls that Y. And that Wraithwing's distance from itself calls that Z. If, for some other Wraithwing, the absolute value of X minus Y, namely the Wraithwing in question's distance between it and Beethro, and another Wraithwing's distance between that and Beethro, if the difference of those two distances is less than 3, and Z is more than 2, and the difference between the two Wraithwings is more than 2, It attacks the player like a roach. In other words, it will attack if there's another Wraithwing that's roughly equidistant from the player, but not too close to the Wraithwing itself. So the problem here is the Wraithwings are too close to each other for this one to decide it's viable to attack. X is exactly 5, it'll freeze. X is less than 5, it flees like a Roach Queen. So we need to find a better spot to put this Wraithwing so it's farther away from this guy. But still close enough to Beethro to entice this one to attack. Like that right there may be the right spot. This one I'm pretty sure is negligible now. Maybe I should just go kill that, and maybe that alone will change things, but I don't think it will. And that leads me to believe that when this Wraithwing is trapped in here with Beethro, then this one will never leave its pen because it doesn't want to get too close to this other one. So we can just stow this one. Maybe that's what this little nook is for. Wraithwing stowage, which would mean we probably have to kill that guy. Nope. Don't be a dingus, Wraithwing. You're being a dingus. Don't be a dingus. No dingus. Dingus, no dingusing. I may have needed to kill that Wraithwing earlier once I got this one trapped in here. How would I entice him to go in there? Oh, wow. That. Oh, I probably needed that guy still there to prevent him from leaving his pen once I stow him. Oh my goodness. Alright, may have screwed this. Come on, buddy. Come on, just behave. I can't keep him in that pen. I can. No! Don't be a dingus. He's dingusing. Ah! Get the Wraithwing right there. Yeah, somehow get the Wraithwing right there. Hold it there. Should entice that one to leave. I think. This is extremely silly. Come on. Let's go back here. hard to tell if I need this Wraithwing on that arrow or not. So I'm going to put the Wraithwing back on the arrow. Keep fiddling with it. Go to your home. Thank you. I can't get the checkpoint anymore, so we just have to go for it from here. Now I suspect I need to put this one here. I suspect I need to use this slot to do so. I suspect I don't know how to do that. Okay, how about you don't? He's always going to attack me when I try and pass by. Because of both of these? Because it's more than 2 tiles away from another Wraithwing. And the distance between me and this Wraithwing and this Wraithwing and this and me is less than 3. Because he's 1 tile away from me, this one is 1, 2, 3? Am I calculating that right? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 minus 1 is 3. It takes the maximum of horizontal versus vertical. So this is considered 3 tiles away from me. This is considered 1 tile away from me. 3 minus 1 is 2, which satisfies the first condition. The distance between these two is 2, which is not more than 2. I don't know. But he's gonna always attack me. But he wasn't attacking me when it was just these 2. So that one is the one that's confounding things. Because this Wraithwing and I are, what, 1, 2, 3 horizontal, 1, 2, 3, 4 vertical. So this is a distance of 4, according to this Wraithwing's calculations. These two are 3 apart. Yeah, that's why. Because they're considered 3 tiles apart. This one enters into aggression mode. This is 4 away from me, this is 1. I think. What if I just kill that one? No. Son of a gun! Kill this first. Come on. I think whatever I needed to do on my way up here. Not that. Bow, 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 bow. I'll be happy when these Wraithwing puzzles are done. This should be the final Wraithwing puzzle. It seems like every floor has its own consistent theme. So that doesn't entice this Wraithwing to travel north, because it's trying to retreat away from me like a Roach Queen. I was hoping I could just stay here while it travels that way, but obviously that wouldn't work, no. Okay. Something I'm missing. I'm almost there, but there's some little piece of this puzzle I'm missing. I'm pretty sure my setup is correct. As far as the 3 Wraithwings go, it's just figuring out now how to use these 3 Wraithwings in the appropriate way. Come on. So that's not enough to get him to move. This guy, it seems like I just have to retreat straight back. There we go. Alright. I found the specific move. The one move to rule them all. Just need to take a specific dance move.
Clear.
Clear. Oof. Alright, cool. Hey, Denfrey. Denfrey, what are you doing? Killing your prize pupil? Denfrey's cold. Cold-blooded Denfrey. Okay, let's put that Wraithwing walkthrough away. 4 hours. I think the floors are getting a little quicker. 4th level. Denfrey had barely touched his sword since the High Path skirmish. He seemed reluctant to engage in combat. Perhaps he was afraid. Maybe just lazy. Okay, same visual theme.
Hold back, little
Oh, baby.
You are brave, but this is no place for you and your yet weakness.
This is what I was...
I shall handle the situation. Take the upper path and wait.
It's kind of what I was dreading, is when they decide to throw in tar puzzles. Alright, well, let's see how this goes. So he waits until the exact time.
This is ridiculous. The monster seems so slow compared to him. I have to know. How can he move so fast?
Well done, Denfrey. See, Denfrey just knew upon entering the room that it was impossible to solve without a speed potion. He's just sparing Beethro the embarrassment of failure. This looks delightful. Oh boy. Denfrey, where'd you go? So now we have rattlesnakes, serpents. I thought this was going to be a tar floor, but no. Maybe it's more serpent timings than it is tar. Secret! What is this? Ay, ay, ay. Well, I know this is the secret room, which is probably harder than the rest of the rooms on the floor for some silly reason. Let's take a crack at this. Let's see what's going on and try and take a crack at it. So the enemies are 2 roaches, 3 serpents, and a rattlesnake. A very long rattlesnake, 108 tiles. A couple serpents. And we have 3 decoy potions available. Beethro has nowhere to go, save for in here, to follow the rattlesnake through this. We're going to have to use this decoy there, so that every turn these doors toggle open and closed to give Beethro the chance to pass through here. We're gonna have a serpent following. What's this do? This is how Beethro escapes. This seems simple. The serpent following gets trapped in here to die. I'm not quite following all this just yet. Okay, well, I guess we'll just do it this way. It seems like that needs to go there. It seems like we need to wait till now to buy Beethro the most amount of time. Seems like I needed to kill this serpent, or kill this rattlesnake quicker. See, now I've lost its trail. Oh, it's stuck, okay. What an extraordinarily silly room this is. Alright, serpent following me's dead, so that seems like it relieves any sort of pressure I had. But maybe we needed to keep that serpent alive for whatever reason. Yeah, because this is going to kill me. Oh, dear. No. It doesn't make any sense. So when they're open, we hit. Nope. Well, I immediately realize, oh my god, I can't solve it from here anyway because this serpent needed to kill itself when I struck this orb. That's unfortunate. Let's figure this bit out. This doesn't seem doable from where I am. What have I missed with this? I only have one decoy available at the start until I traverse this to grab these two. I can't... Oh no, we can get to that one. No. No. Because I can't go north. That's a force arrow. Force arrow blended in. So yeah, we only have one decoy available, which has to be placed there. Well, can't we just trap... Well, I'll just reset. That kills him. This serpent, I haven't even looked at this serpent here. So we need to get this... Okay, the serpents are synced. That doesn't kill him, that just shortens. That won't kill him. Oops. Yeah, that gets him away. That's my only kill spot. And since these two serpents are identical, that means we have to free this serpent when it's down here, which dramatically shortens the timer. That's fine, I suppose. So I want my sword orientation to be bottom right. Okay. Dog is going crazy. Probably like a blade of grass across the street, fluttering in the breeze. Feel like this is too slow. Maybe this is gonna work. Looks like these corners... Yeah, these corners let me create just enough distance. Alright. So there's definitely no way the serpent survives this gauntlet. There's definitely no way the rattlesnake survives this gauntlet. The big question is, should I have hit this orb? I think I needed to hit this freaking orb before doing all this. I think I need to hit this orb before doing all this nonsense. Why is that? Because it opens this wall. No other orbs open that wall. I needed to hit this orb at least once, perhaps twice. I don't know if I need to hit it once or twice. Like, I don't quite understand all this. No, this could be the same mechanism as this. We drop this decoy here facing south to toggle these on and off. And then pull the roach through here with specific movement timing to get it trapped here, then go, 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 go. No, this seems doable still. One mimic, or one decoy there, one there. Because if we stab this orb with Beethro, we'll never be able to get far enough over here to manipulate the roach's movement until maybe here, which could be enough, but I think this will be a problem. Alright. I think this is coming together, slowly but surely. I still don't know how to survive this. I can't pause for even a turn. If we strike the orb now... Is that toggle? No, that just open, open, open. Now I'm stuck and dead. What am I missing about this? We just go like that. That's what I'm missing. Okay. Okay. So I see now that this decoy is required to drop down here to open this. It's going to be toggling this off and on and off and on, so probably have to find the correct timing to drop it. Let's just go now. Does that work? It seems kind of silly, but I think that worked. Use dual simultaneous orb striking. Alright, so now we have this to worry about. So I guess we just have to figure out when to begin this sequence here. So let's just try both variations. There's only 2 different variations to try. So we'll start with doors are open when I step down. Nope. Doors are closed. Step down. Well, huh. So I've done something wrong up to this point. This door releases the roach. This one toggles and toggles. That orb opens and toggles. This orb opens and closes. This orb opens. That just opens. That just does this nonsense and those. That does this. This is the only orb that affects these gates. Oh, we... put that there. We use the same strategy as here. We need to dual strike the orb at specific timings to keep it in a specific position. I see. Okay. This is kind of cool. I never thought... I'd never even considered using mimics or decoys in this way. Get out of here. Interesting room. Very creative room. Okay, that was fun. Cool. A good first room. Yeah, I'd never even... Wow, dual striking the orb. What a concept. I mean, it's so simple and obvious in retrospect. And now I need to be on the lookout of that technique in later puzzles, perhaps with mimics and Beethro. There weren't clones in this version, no. Clones were City Beneath. Just mimics and decoys in this one. And no other, I guess guards could strike orbs as well, theoretically. Alright, I'll keep that in mind now. Learning continues. Let's go north. This seems to be its own room. This one leads somewhere else. This one leads somewhere else. I haven't seen what's south yet. Oh, den free. 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 This is one of those impossible rooms until the floor is cleared. Den free?
Now, you must hit that orb to release the long rattlesnake.
The long rattlesnake. Hey, Helical, welcome. Welcome, good to see ya. Happy Saturday. The long rattlesnake. So we release the long rattlesnake. Kill the long rattlesnake, then step in here. Release the long rattlesnake. Kill the long rattlesnake, then step in here. Release the long rattlesnake, as well as 2 roach queens. These queens are on force arrows. They will never move. They're just going to be spitting eggs out to hassle while we deal with this long rattlesnake. This seems to just be rattlesnake killing. The only way to get to the queens is by dropping the 2 trapdoors. This is a backtrack orb. The rattlesnakes all appear to be able to get stuck, though. Why can't we just have them get stuck and then kill them? Besides this one, of course. This one will travel like that and just get stuck there. Like, how is that even a challenge? Is it the Roach Flood? But no, because that one's railroaded into that path. Well, there's something here I'm not seeing. Maybe the entire challenge is this beginning snake. So, I've already wasted turns. I'm going to assume that this isn't a timer. It'd be very silly if it was. Especially because they're going to be spending so many turns south of the Queens. You just have to... How long is that? 85 tiles. Oh dear. Oh, I guess we just have to do this thing.
Barely handled. But, caution now. Even a hardy fool can be foolhardy.
That makes no sense.
Well, to put it clear, for a duty
Little Shoggy off to bed.
Sally forth the farling's fidget, but always grip it low.
Nobody talks like that in Dugandy.
Chamois forth a Farley's fidget, but always grip it low. Alright. Alright. You say so, buddy. Of course we couldn't do that. So I want him to have horizontal preference.
Barely handled. But, caution now. Even a hardy fool can be foolhardy.
That makes no sense.
Well, to put it clear, for a Dugan
Dugan
Chamois forth the farling's fidget, but always grip it low.
Always
Nobody
grip it
talks
low.
like that.
Alright, I gotta actually think about this. This is an 85 tile rattlesnake. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We've got 31 tiles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Another 36 and 41. Plus another 25. Plus another 9. Got 34. We have plenty of space. Just have to actually use the space efficiently. Okay. So let's go with horizontal preference.
Barely handled. But, caution now. Even a hardy fool can be foolhardy.
That makes no sense.
Well, to put it clear, for a Dugan
Dugan
Chamois forth the farling's fidget, but always grip it low.
Always grip it
Nobody talks
low.
like that in Dugandy.
He's going to be switching to horizontal. Oh, that killed me. I like Denfrey. Don't kill him.
Barely handled. But, caution now. Even a hardy fool can be foolhardy.
That makes no sense.
Denfrey's cool.
Clear for
Oh boy.
a barely handled. But, caution now. Even a hardy fool can be foolhardy.
That makes no sense.
Well, to put it clear, for a Dugan
Oh boy.
barely handled. But, caution now. Even a hardy fool can be foolhardy.
That makes no sense.
Well, to put it clear, for a Dugan Chamois forth the farling's fidget, but
Always grip it low. Always grip it low, as they say. Chamois forth the farling's fidget, but always grip it low. This isn't going to work. We really gotta snake this snake through this snake business. Snake the snake through the snake. I'm still struggling to see what the rest of the room's all about. doesn't seem to be much of anything. I guess we have to chase and trim the rattlesnake. No, it seems to be nothingness. This seems to be the entire puzzle at first glance.
Fairly handled, but have caution now.
Okay. What do we want to do here? I can make it do this pattern to a point. I see the force arrow here. I don't see how that would play into things at all. But, you know, we'll deal with that when we get there. Chamois forth the farling's fidget, but always grip it low. So in vertical preference, I can make it while traveling horizontally wobble up and down. In horizontal preference, I can make it while traveling vertically wobble up and wobble side to side. So since it's going to be traveling vertically out of here, I want to wobble it. I think I want to strike the orbum here. So if I want to wobble it side to side, I need it to be in horizontal preference.
Fairly handled, but...
Okay, now he's switching to vertical preference. So we want to wobble it like that. The problem now arises in that he's in horizontal preference and I have no wobbling capability here. He's just going to go this way, so I've wasted a bunch of these tiles. Well, let's see, maybe that's okay. Now we wobble. Now I can do in horizontal preference. I can wobble like that. Now he's in vertical preference, so we can wobble like this. Now he's in horizontal. Now he's switching to vertical. Always grip it low. Whoops, I kind of goofed that. That was close. I needed 4 more tiles. I didn't grip it low enough. Can I get 4 more tiles? I mean, I have a lot of tiles here I wasted. Let's try and use these tiles better, because I have this checkpoint. If I can use these tiles more effectively, then I can stab it there, in theory. So we're in horizontal preference. Horizontal preference allows me to do vertical wobble, like that. But now he's in vertical preference. See, this is bad. So now I'm stuck here. Unless he grips it low. Grip it low, Snake. Oh, I forgot. I can stand behind the serpent's head to make it continue on that course. I could have done some wobbling there. Theoretically. Always grip it low. See, this isn't good because I took away my ability to stand behind the serpent's head. Didn't grip it low enough. This may work here. I doubt it. Get serpent, you're dingusing. I'm kind of dingusing. No, it's the serpent's fault. Surely this isn't gonna work. At this point, I have no influence over the serpent's behavior. It's going to switch to horizontal preference. Horizontal preference lets me do vertical wobbles. Oh, whoops. This is devilish. Devilish. So he goes up no matter what there. So if I want to fully utilize my space. I'm in trouble. Getting him in horizontal preference during these long stretches means there's nothing I can do to him to influence behavior. Probably want to restart with a better beginning to make better usage of this, because this is, I mean, slightly better than before, but I don't think it's quite enough. Oh, this is brutal. Brutality. So it's vertical preference. Horizontal. Vertical, horizontal, now if I step south, he'll follow me south. If I step to the side, he'll go north. No, he wants to follow me south because he switches to vertical preference. Yeah, if you were still in horizontal, then I could get him to go north. But now that he's in vertical, we get trouble. This is a mean little room. This is a mean little room. So it's highly unlikely I'll be able to get him into a stable loop out here. So I need to end down here so I can stab the tail as it's escaping. Try and do like that. I don't know if I can make the serpent go like this. If I make it go like too high up, removes my ability to get down there and stab its tail immediately. Oh dear! Oh dear! So let's think about this. We want him to go horizontally into the corner and then loop around like that, maybe? It's so hard to say what I want to do, so I'm not sure. If I can get him to do this, that'd be really slick. How would we get him to do that? Regardless of horizontal or vertical preference, if I stand here, he's going to come up here. If I want him, if his head to be there, Beethro to be here, and then I sidestep, have him continue traveling north, then he needs to be on vertical preference when he's here. Switch to horizontal when he gets there, so I can step down and have it go there. And then it'll follow me down. So this needs to be the final turn of vertical preference. When his head is where my sword's at. Final turn of vertical preference is 29 or 9 or 19. So we'll go with 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. So I hit the orb on 2. I probably counted it wrong. Be quiet. I was 1 off. So hit the orb on 1. To get him to go vertically, west, south. So now he's in vertical preference. So we can give him the old wobble do. And this is when he switches to horizontal, which gives me problems. How do I maximize space when he's in horizontal preference? I'm on the east side of him. No matter what, he's going to move into here. It's just the question becomes, where do I want to go? It seems like no matter what I do, while he's in this straightaway, during horizontal preference, he's going to go east. Because I'm always going to be on the east side of his head. So it seems like from here it's unmanipulatable. I likely can't even bring him south anymore. Until he leaves horizontal. Let me test that. Step south, he goes there. Step there, yeah. Yeah, and if I step underneath his head, he just eats me. So we have a couple turns to burn here. So now he switches. So we can start to wobble a little bit. I was kind of hoping to get him to go there. I think I needed to run through here. Since we're in horizontal, I'm able to get to the east side of his head. Or since I get to the west side of his head, he turns north. Because he wants to go west, or east. I get my directions mixed up. He wants to go right. But can't, so he reverts to north. In order to weave through there, I needed to just walk through here. I was kind of hoping I could, but alas.
Barely handled.
Barely handled. Alright. In verticality. In verticality at the moment. I'd like to get him to utilize as much of this space as possible. I think this is good. Because we should be able to end up down here. If I just wait there, he can follow me. But now I'm trapped. So we need to bring him north. Oh, can't do that. Always grip it low. Oh, no, going east is lowest on their tier list. Gripped it a little too low. I don't know if that's effective enough space management. I think we gripped it low enough. Except I kind of have problems now because I got too aggressive. Alright. Thank you for gripping it low, my rattle serpent friend. They're a bit shoggy off to bed. These rattlesnakes. Let's just go.
The next two paths require extreme agility. You don't want to let the rattlesnakes get too far.
Why not? Let's see what happens without extreme agility. Because I need to drop the trapdoors, I cannot leave sections of tail there. Okay.
The next two paths require extreme agility. You don't want to let the rattlesnakes get too far.
Should be enough cutting. Oh, Oh, it was one tile too slow. Not extreme enough. All right. So the question here becomes, when do I turn my sword? When do I just pursue ruthlessly with current sword angle? Like, that seems inefficient. It's worse. The problem is I need to step on these trapdoors, these two trapdoors specifically, in order to get in here to kill these queens. These queens are stuck on force arrows. I can't step on this trapdoor and kill the rattlesnake if the tail gets caught up there. Yeah.
The next 2 parts.
Like, that felt bad.
Then
I think southeast is a good start. See, that's where I get kind of screwed. Still one turn too slow.
the next 2 parts require extreme agility. You don't want to let the rattlesnakes get too far.
Shoggy off to bed. Always grip it low. That was terrible.
The next 2 parts.
I think here I do my first switch, although maybe not. Oh, that was worse. Teflo, welcome. Elf Butt, good to see you. Everybody should play DROD Helical. That's my opinion. Such a fun game.
The next 2 parts.
I greatly enjoy and highly recommend these games. Of course, I'm sure your experience would be a lot different after watching other people play it. 'Cause a lot of the satisfaction of playing it, at least for me, comes from learning the monster mechanics and applying that knowledge. So I'm losing a couple turns somewhere. Now, it doesn't ever seem to be in a stable distance, in a stable position, direction long enough to take advantage of. Plus, whenever I get down here to start cutting it, I can only get a couple cuts. Is there a way to improve my advantage there?
The next.
Let's try southwest. Problem with southwest is I don't get a chance to do anything until there. That doesn't feel good at all. Still 2 turns away.
The next 2 parts.
Like, even my extremely sloppy feeling attempts are roughly as good as my attempts that feel good. Man, I keep getting the same. I need to squeak out a couple more turns somewhere or another.
The next two.
Whoops.
The next two.
I'm gonna be quiet. It's like the weird thing about cutting serpent or rattlesnake tails is I can move here and cut the tail. Or I can move south, rest my tail or rest my sword onto this tile. The serpent moves the rattle under my sword and that cuts it as well. So there's multiple viable moves to make to still get a cut on this turn. So basically you can cut the tail where it lies or place your sword where the tail is moving to and cut it there as well. And that makes trying to figure out optimal killing points tricky. I can go like that, get a double cut. Now I have to chase the tail. I can get one more cut. One turn too slow. Okay.
The next two.
Get Shoggy off to bed. This little bit here seems problematic. I don't want to just wait. Despite the ruthless slaughter I can do afterwards. Is that going to be enough? One turn away.
The next two.
That may have been better. Again, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell in the heat, in the thick of it, if I'm doing better or not. I can only seem to get 2 cuts when it's there and 1 there. Maybe that's where I'm losing out. Oh, that was it. Alright. One more. This is tricky. Tricky. So now we're having a problem of 101 tile snake will get caught there. Let's see how much of a problem these roaches are. They're quite a problem. So I need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. I need to make 31 cuts on this serpent while fighting off swarms of roaches. This could be difficult. So first thing to do is wait. We don't pop the orb until turn 30. Doesn't feel good, but maybe it's enough. Probably not. Not even close. Ah. Wow. Wow. All right. All right. There we go. Serpent, what do you do? It's fine. Everything's fine. He's just gonna be a bit of a dingus. Perfect. Thank you, Serpent, for dingusing. Ha!
Well done.
Whew! Yeah, Shoggy off to bed. I wrote it down actually because I thought it was so funny. The first time you meet Denfrey, like, oh, you Dugandites are a bit shoggy off to bed. Oh, you know, let out by their thumbs, pusty on the headwarts, shook hard and buried blue. He just goes off on Beethro, starts insulting him. It's so good. I cleared this room by bringing the first rattlesnake into the third room in order to block the roach queens. Oh dear. Yeah, that would work. I almost feel like that might be harder. I guess that you're just trading one difficult puzzle element for another difficult puzzle element. If you're more comfortable manipulating serpents, maneuvering around them, I could see that being a bit more viable. But fortunately, it's nice that there's multiple ways to solve these puzzles, despite how strict they appear. It's cool that there's multiple ways to still approach them. This is the end. Let's go north. Buttigree. I need to write that one down too. Denfrey's got so many cool lines. He's so cool. This doesn't look very cool. Alright, let's begin the parsing. Let's try and understand what this is. We have one evil eye that's inaccessible, meaning whatever we use this mimic for He's got to end down here at the evil eye. Roach is inaccessible, so the mimic gets placed here to kill the roach, maneuvered down here to kill the evil eye, doing other stuff all the while. This is a very obvious start and end point for the mimic. Orb releases the rattlesnake. Orb use the rattlesnake to kill the serpent? As long as the serpents die. As long as the serpents die, Beethro can get up here and kill the brains and get back out, as long as the brains are the last enemy, which they almost definitely will be. The brains do complicate serpent movement. They are all brained serpents. They likely will be brained serpents for the entirety of the room, which makes it a disaster. Almost impossible to manipulate their movements. They just go right for Beethro. So that means trying to bring this rattlesnake into there is still doable, because the rattlesnake can't kill the mimic. We have to place the mimic like here and then shuffle the rattlesnake along the mimic's back. Which may work. I don't see why it wouldn't. Should work. Bring the serpent into here, where it gets locked into a cycle eternally, causing me to be unable to kill this serpent. Okay, so that's not it. Send the serpent south, but then I don't know what I do about this. Can't use the roach because the roach is stuck there. Can't use the evil eye. We do have a second rattlesnake. No, okay. We just have to bring both rattlesnakes in. Oh, dear. Bring one rattlesnake into here. Bring a second rattlesnake into there. That will kill the serpents, replacing them with rattlesnakes, which Beethro can go in and assassinate. All the while, bring the mimic from here to here. Don't know how to get through this. Don't know? You don't. This is just a Beethro cannot go through their trap. But rattlesnakes can come through here to kill Beethro. Okay, I think I see what needs to be done here. I think it's madness. I think it's absolute madness. So let's begin. Start with a checkpoint. Vertical, horizontal preference no longer really matters, because we're dealing with brained serpents. Can't do that. Hey, Bagel, welcome. It's going well, actually. I'm progressing through these rooms slowly but surely. These are pretty fun little puzzles. The more I play this hold, Beethro's Teacher, the more I'm actually enjoying it. There's a very rough start. It's because I wasn't quite prepared for what I was in for. I wasn't quite prepared for it. Oops. Okay. So this is... No. We still have to do the dance. You're a bit shoggy off to bed there, Rattler. Rattler? Don't... Okay, we're still messing with... Kind of messing with their pathfinding. I think. I don't really know how brained serpent pathfinding works. I could look it up. That's kind of gonna be important for this. It's kind of gonna be important, I feel. See, I don't mind breezing through easier holds. It's still really fun and satisfying to solve and clear easy puzzles, or should I say, not insanely difficult puzzles. Because there's just like a visceral satisfaction from going into rooms and just slaughtering all the monsters and seeing them explode and just cutting through the enemies. It's still a lot of fun. So if I think the serpent's going to try to get through here no matter what. Because rather than try to align itself with Beethro while brained, it's trying to navigate the obstacles to get to Beethro. So it's currently attempting to figure out how to get through here. There are no viable paths to here, so it's acting as an unbrained serpent. I think that's how it works. Now there's a viable path to here, so it wants to go this way. I believe the serpent's body counts as an obstacle when taking into consideration brained movement. I could be wrong about that. I think its current path is that. Now its current path is changed to that. Now it wants to go there and there. So it turns east. And now I don't know if preference order is the same, brain versus unbrained, because these are both viable paths to there. So let's wait one turn. It went south. Beethro's in the wrong spot to influence that. Okay. Bit shoggy off to bed here. But we can go like that. Right? And then just ride. Oh dear. I didn't have enough room for Beethro just to ride. So it's fine. Is it fine? No, it's always going to turn west to try and get back there. So yeah, I need to ride it along the top path. Which means the Mimic needs to get to there. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 tiles of movement. Which is like this line. I need to be on this line. Beethro there, Mimic there. Which means Beethro there, Mimic there. Okay. this is... Oh, wow, wow. Bow, 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 bow. Definitely want to wait there. I think I can just carry the serpent all the way like that in one go. I just need to get the correct orientation set up. Now I did cut one chunk of the serpent. I didn't really mean to. And that could be problematic now. I don't think it will. It could. I think it was. Don't be a dingus. Oh, dear. Oh, I don't have enough ratchet. Oh, get over there. I think those last few cuts did bad things, yeah. Now sometimes it goes... There. Oh, it's not long enough to kill that. Okay. I can't cut it at all. That makes sword orientation much more critical. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I can't do that. I can't do that. Oh dear. So why does he turn north from here rather than try and continue this way? He turns north because this path opens up to allow him to get to there. Because right now, the only viable path that the brain serpent sees to get to this point is through the mimic. I'm pretty sure mimics do not act as obstacles when it comes to brained movement. Next turn, though, his tail's moved out of the way, so now he sees another viable path. Which is, I suppose, shorter? Although that's longer distance traveled. I can go like that. Which just kind of delays the inevitable. So that's good, because that gives me a chance to do some ratchet. Bad sword. It's fine. We have a holding pattern. How fidgety. Oh, this is wonky. Oh, this is weird. No, don't be dingusing. That's that. Man, this is weird. This is just so awkward. Just when I get the correct pattern that I want for the serpent and the mimic, Beethro's in the wrong spot, so I can't take advantage of it. Like, this seems to be the only line I can use. This line right here. If I'm going to try and carry the serpent along the top row. Can't I try some things? To make it easier on myself? Gets back into this, which may be okay. No cutting. No cut. Don't you do. Don't you. Fine. Can I just inch it over like this? Don't cut. Good. Alright. Toggle the orb. Step 1 complete. Now we need to send this serpent all the way up to here, and then bring the mimic into there. And then go up here and kill. Alright. Hey, Fidget, welcome. Very fidgety. Where's my vertical mobility? Over here, I guess. Hey, that's unpleasant. Alright. Be that way. Excuse me? Excuse me? Did I have to ratchet on the rattlesnake while transporting it? Oh my goodness. I guess I did. How much mobility is this? Is this more than that? No. Okay. Whew. Slightly worried there, but this is fine. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. No need to worry. No panic. Okay, first step is bringing Rattlesnake up there. Should be easy. Following Rattlesnake, slightly different story. Should be easy. Oh dear. course. That doesn't free him. What is this? Where do I get that much distance? Excuse me? I can't sidestep when I'm up here. That's a no Beethros allowed passage. So what gives? There. Nonsense, I tell you. Still problematic, though. Okay, it's a toggle. It's a toggle. Giving me the leverage needed. Oh my goodness. What an insane puzzle. This is insane already. Exactly enough space. How would you devise this sort of contraption? How? Oh, now I can use the rattlesnake. So this is a bit more free. We have a bit more leeway now. The problem is going to be following the rattlesnake up here. So I need to make sure Beethro's down here. Which I may have already goofed on. Nah, this is fine. Fine. Okay. So now we just repeat the same process for this one as we did for that one. Easier said than done. Oh, can't do that. Please don't be like that. Thank you. Come on. Go that way. Let me just reposition Mimic while you do. Gonna run into problems soon. Son of a gun. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I think. Don't do it! He did it. Thank you. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Got him. Whew. Alright. It's not over yet. It's pretty much over. So now drop the Mimic right there to kill the Evil Eye. Beethro comes up here, kills them. It's pretty much over. This is kind of madness. At this point, I can kind of appreciate a good Mimic Ratchet puzzle. They have a certain charm to them, I suppose you could say. Got it. Just kill. No care about efficiency. Me no care efficiency. Just kill. Alright. Another room down. Get out. Let's go left. Immediately launch into the next one. Quaff some water. Oh, dear. This might be hell, this room. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Alright. Alright. What are we looking at? I love wubbas. They bring me great joy. It's not the wubbas' fault. They're trying their best. What do we even do here? The only 3 enemies to kill are 2 serpents and a rattlesnake. Bottom serpent seems to be killable by sending the Mimic in here. Seems to. Top serpent seems to be killable by sending the Mimic up here. Obviously we can't do both, because if the Mimic enters here, it's stuck. If the Mimic enters there, it's stuck. The rattlesnake is certainly a part of this puzzle as well. No, the Mimic goes here. The Mimic goes there. Because that's the only way Beethro has access to any of this other nonsense, right? Yes. Beethro... Okay, the Mimic goes here, giving Beethro access to the west quadrant. The Mimic acts as a block slash timer slash movement constraint for the rattlesnake. While Beethro negotiates Wubbas. Okay, you have to close this door with this orb. Or open this door, close that one with this orb. Before the Mimic gets trapped in here. The Mimic comes in here to kill... Oh, the Rattlesnake comes in here to kill that one. The Mimic comes up there to kill that one. Beethro stands there to kill the Rattlesnake. Okay. Alright, so that's how we kill them all. Beethro negotiating the Wubbas is going to be a exercise in joy and delight. Certainly not frustrating in the least. Let's go. They're immediately forced to move the Mimic there. So eastward movement needs to be... Oh dear, we gotta do a lot of work just to gain access to this orb. Okay. So there's an order to this. That goes there. That goes there. That goes there. So it's triangular in nature. The question is, where do we start? And the obvious starting point's right here. To me, at least. Since that uses no eastward movement. Oh. So now we get in there to hit that orb and then hit that one. I don't know if this is a correct start, but we'll never know until we begin to try. Trying to prevent any eastward movement, but from here it's forced. That's a problem of Wubba. An avoidable problem, though. You Wubbas, you Wubba, Wubba Wubba Wubba, Wubba Wubba Wubba, Wubba Wubba Wubba, Wubba Wubba Wubba, doing lots of movement, gotta move around, go like that. I'm navigating through this puzzle, this Mimic maze, extremely quickly. Seems less than ideal. Can't be helped, can't be helped, can't be helped. I goofed up. Go right there. Turn the sword. Beethro stuck. No, I'm fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is good. All is good. Good and fine. Good and fine. Now we're having serious problems. How do I possibly get from this orb into there without stepping north that many times? Huh? I guess I just picked the wrong order. I guess we picked the wrong starting order. Because this is, yeah, this is lost. And Beethro's stuck. There's no way to get from here to here without stepping north 3 times. Or more than 3 times. End of the road. It's all lost. Game over. Game over. That's not good. Alright. Well, here's an obvious optimization that I overlooked last time. Move Beethro there before toggling the first orb. Gives me a little bit more leeway. Let's attack it in a different order. Go there, 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 there. It seems silly not to. Unless I can make my way up through here. It seems silly not to go for here first. Yeah, let's see if I can... get through the wubbas. No. Yeah. No. Is it possible? No. Is it possible? Go like that? Problem. Why wasn't that a problem last time? Problem. We're still using a lot of eastward movement too. It does feel a lot better as far as where the mimic is. That part feels a lot better. should fix my wubba problem there. We got problems. We got wubba problems. Wubbas, I love you dearly, but you are being problems. Oh dear. I can go around this way. Not anymore. Turn the sword in the wrong spot. Oh dear. I think I'm almost there. I think we're almost there. I just need to do a bit better wubba positioning. I can't do that. As much as I would like to shake the wubbas down, I can't. Can't afford to shake. You become dangerous. It definitely seems like this way is now blocked. Especially given how constrained my movement is. If I could prevent any leftward movement besides this one, that'd be real nice. And two, then I could get in and do that. Definitely seems like that's lost though. And then this way becomes problems. Because I had the wrong sword orientation! Dear goodness, criminy gracious, what in the world is this? Wubbaology. different path. I thought I had my degree in Wubbanomics by now. See, this just hurts me. This puts the Mimic too far ahead. I wasted too much time dilly-dallying here. That is inefficient compared to that. The dilly-dallying was real. Why can't I just go? Because of this. The double Wubba cluster. The double Wubba cluster causes bad things to occur. So I'm going to prevent the double Wubba cluster, which means stay there one more turn. Stay here. But now I'm forced to take this diagonal step if I do that movement pattern. Okay. So pull them down. Stay here one turn. Break up the double Wubba cluster. Wow, wow. Problems here again. I can't get past that gosh darned Wubber. Gosh darn Wubba. Wubba, Wubba, Wubba. Wubba, Wubba, Wubba. I'm not entirely certain that I can salvage it from here. I'm going to need to reset further back. May need to. Dropping 3 Wubbas in there makes that instantly a serious problem. Especially when I'm forced to spread the Wubbas like that. But, what if we bring this Wubba out? Wubba wubba wooba 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 wooba. Then I get wubbed! The Wubbanomics of it all, they're not adding up. Dude! This is a pretty devil room. A pretty devil room. Let's go back here. So I can go like that to spread the Wubbas that way, or just do south. I think this is a little bit better. Waiting there does nothing. Waiting here. I'm working on my Wubba clumping. Trying to clump up these a little bit better so they don't get pulled into here as badly. Although we're still going to get some clumpage by that one, but I think it's a little bit better already. As long as I don't go up, I can go like that to clumpify him. What did that do? That pulls him down, which is Wubbatastic. Because I can shake it like that. Trying to leave this path open as much as possible. Which I could have... Oh, I could have done some Wubba economy there. Yep, let's... it's coming together. It's coming. It's coming. Pull all Wubbas here. Somehow I move north. Never move north. As long as I don't move north, I think everything will just work out. I can leave that cluster of clumpage. Probably couldn't, but we're leaving that cluster of clumpage. Get the spread. Get the spread. Get that spread. Now from here, what I can do is do that. I can't step there anymore because then I'm forced to go south and north around that wubba, giving me that northward movement, which I want to avoid. That's good. That's good. I think now this will be clear. Alright. I think we're in there. Grab that. Okay, from here... Still have some problems. Still have some problems. Problems can be avoided, though, I think. Not like that. I'd like to take one step east to pull these over, but I don't think I can afford that step east. Sword positioning is the better way of manipulating wubba placement that I need to be taking advantage of a bit more. Like, I can bring this wubba out with me. Give him a little wubba-doo, like that. Oh, but I can't allow him to be on my tail. Okay. Good gravy. Alright, that doesn't work. Remember your wubbas. Remember your mantra. Rules of wubba. Let me see if I can afford that step. I feel like I can't. So close. Wubba 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 wubba. This is quite silly. I must say, on the silly scale, this ranks very highly. Ooh. Do I need my sword facing south while I go up here? No. The big problem is this jabroni. And then that one as well. Oh my goodness! How does one wubba? Can I go around this way? Through the fire and the wubbas. No! Blub, 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 blub. I'm not really liking this room. Why is that suddenly untraversable? I still think it's doable from this point. I still think things are fine from here. Just need to find the one exact sequence of maneuvers. That does that. That does that and that. Same thing. I think that's what I want. Okay. Doing it like that. I need to wait here. That one diagonal sidestep was too much. Oh, this is so close. This is so close, but I took one sidestep. Oh my goodness. Devil wubbas. That devil wubba. Can I avoid that step? Is that a step that can be avoided? It doesn't look like it. Perhaps with better management of wubbas back here, or while going this way, it could have been. I suspect strongly that at this juncture, it's an unavoidable wubba step. Wait here. So I can wait here. I can either go and block this passage off forever, or wait. Block the passage off forever, wait. Unless I were able to step left. Which... is that going to be enough? They wubbed. It wubbed instead of... Why? Why? I thought that was going to be good. We can wait here. Maybe that'll make all the difference. Wait here. Turn order. That old devil turn order. Oh, man. I come back here. What can be done from here? Certainly more can be done from here. Do a little bit of Wubba spreadage like that. Can't go there. As much as I would like to go there, I can't take a north step at this point. Like, this would make all the difference in the world if I can get away with that north step. Like, maybe I can? Going to try. Gotta try different things. Definitely not like that. 2 north steps is almost definitely bad news, bears. Bad news, bears. Bad news, bears. Not any good. Don't do that. This could work. It could work. Could have worked. So now I can do that as well. Might be good, might be good, might be fine. Good and fine, good and fine. Oh. My dear Wubba, why have you forsaken me? My dear Wubba, you have ruined my life. This is not what I wished. Is that a Wubba clumpage that can be avoided? Perhaps it is. Perhaps that can be avoided. Like that. Okay. Wait, we're not out of the woods just yet. This is a very dangerous spot. because Beethro is getting himself trapped. I screwed up. Okay, okay, this is fine. This is fine. Hey, Reg, welcome. Nice. Glad to hear the game's fun. I've heard very good things about Final Fantasy XIV. I've just never played it. Never played it myself. Knowing the way I am, I feel playing an MMO RPG would fully engross my life in a way that would be unhealthy. And in a way that I would not want it to. So I don't do it. I'd rather play DROD. I'd rather play DROD. Okay, so I can get there consistently now. Patience and Wubba. Remember, patience and Wubba. I can't do that! Patience, Wubbaology. Good. Okay, we're not out of the woods yet. If I can get to a checkpoint, my dreams would be complete. Let's go. So now we have all the freedom in the world. Let's get some wubbas out. Clear up my space. Let's there we go. Let's Is this fine? Yeah.
Clear.
Clear. Get out of here. Wow. That room was terrible. Oof. We're trucking right through this though. Trucking through. Looks like only 3, maybe 4 more rooms to go. Goblin. Mimic Spot, Goblin, Wraithwings, oh, variety of creatures. Bomb Road, Trapdoor Gate, Rattlesnake. Rattlesnake that must be destroyed by bomb. Maybe? I don't know. Let me pause it here for a minute. I think it's break time. I think it's time to take a good break. Stretch the legs, grab a snack. I will return in a few minutes. BRB. Alright, let's get back to it. No clowning around. No time to kill. There is DROD. There are deadly rooms of death to conquer. 4th level, thrice south. So again, it looks like we have this room here, this room here, and then whatever's south of here. And that should toggle the level clear gate to open, allowing me to clear this room to progress east. I'm not really sure how these work, how these actually work out. So this room, I don't know. No, this one's red, so we have to clear these two. We have to at least clear these two to drop the level clear gate. Whatever's over here, it's probably going to be magenta. Could just be the stairs down. This looks like maybe a den-free area. I don't know. Let's deal with this one first, though. So this room has a whole lot of different elements in it. The very first thing the only thing we can do to begin is step on a trap door and grab this mimic potion. The mimic potion must be placed right here to kill this roach. And it would appear that we are then creating a sword orientation constraint, although we can still spin the sword. Just doing so must be done in specific times to prevent this rattlesnake from ever escaping, I suspect. I suspect that's what we're looking at here. So let's just dive in. Oh, hey, Denfrey. Any words of wisdom? No? Nothing?
Use that mimic to kill the roach by the orbs.
Okay. Can do. Oh, and then we're forced to spin the sword to break this wall. So this orb does a whole bunch of stuff.
A fine job.
Did I want to do it then? Well, now the rattlesnake is free.
I don't think you can kill this rattlesnake anymore.
Oh,
a
dear.
Fine job.
A fine job.
A fine job. A fine job.
Okay, I see.
Use that
Kind of see. I kind of see. I need to, like, intimately understand all these different freaking orbs and toggles and switches. Oh, why do they do this sort of nonsense? Here.
A fine job.
Thank you, Denfrey. Now the mimic goes first in the turn order. So we want to wait. Oh, forced into rolling with this timer. Oh, this is weird. It's not a sword orientation constraint. Well, it is. It's one that forces you to rotate your sword in specific intervals. This is weird. This is weird. How do I read this? Sword is east, while the rattlesnake's on the west portion. Spin my sword south. No, sword needs to be north when it's along the south track. Sword needs to be west when it's along the east track. Sword needs to be south when it's along the north track. So I'm forced to spin my sword every X number of turns. This is bizarre. So, whoops. We're turning the sword when it gets there. So from there to there is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Every 6 turns I need to make 2 anti-clockwise rotations. Every 6 turns I need to make 2 anti-clockwise rotations. With the second rotation being on that 6th turn. Goodness gracious, criminy. And we have to fight off all these monsters. Gotta pull... They're all brained. Okay, well, let's commence the festivities. I want to go quick because... No, it doesn't matter. The queens have maxed out their spawns because the roaches are brained. They're not brained yet. They're trapped. Oh, this is bizarre. Bizarre. I think I'm gonna leave this for later. I need to get in here to step on these trapdoors. This looks like my safe spot. These... Just go. These queens are going to be problems. So now with this sword orientation, I'm kind of screwed against that roach. I'm in trouble. This doesn't look all that good. I am scared. What the heck is this room? I'm now dead. Dead, dead. What? Alright, I guess we'll make this work somehow. This is so strange. The biggest problems are this queen and this queen. This queen is inert as long as this evil eye is asleep. This queen will be active the entire time. This one will be active the entire time. This is more spawns than this. Because of the forced rotation of the sword and the fact that they're all brained, I cannot take cover anywhere. Can't grab that potion. This is ultra bizarre. Well, let me make sure. Let me make sure my timing's correct. No, because... No, I have more time than I thought. I misread the orbs. I can wait here much longer. Here. Okay, wait. It's making more sense now. The orb that I hit, north, south, east, or west, opens that corresponding side to the pen. So when the head is on the east side, as long as only this one's open, then I have until it gets there. Okay, wait. So it's not a rigid every X number of turns do rotations, it's just keep dancing the opening around. I still have to rotate consistently, but that gives me a bit more leeway to do so. Like now I can go like that. think I want to wait for the queen cycle. I wish I had a different sword orientation for this part, but it's fine. Kind of. Hitting the same orb doesn't do anything, so I have a little bit of wiggle room to get some diagonal action going. This is indeed quite jacked, I must say. Your assessment is correct. This is quite insane. So I'm intentionally waiting to pop this orb to give myself the most amount of time between spawn cycles. Really, I should be going for this first, although I think diving in here was a decent plan. One queen down. Be my shield, be my guardians, Wraithwings. Save me, protect me. Goblin? Goblin? I'm gonna get goblin flanked. They're both brained goblins. Okay, this could be interesting here. Gotta deal with these goblins, though. There's no bones about it. I got killed. Where do I deal with goblins at? The requirement to constantly be changing the sword makes dealing with these goblins very difficult. I'm dead.
I don't...
Don't want to hear it there, Den Free. I understand. I don't know where to deal with these goblins, or how to deal with these goblins. I'm trying to find a good killing spot. Like, I feel like getting them clustered up with the Wraithwings is ideal, but they're brains, so they're going to be pathfinding around the Wraithwings. Or are they? No. Maybe I can get this one. Getting them caught into there. That's the way. That's the play. Push them into the force arrow. I have a few turns here. Okay. That opens that. Get ahead of the serpent a little bit. Now we wait. Waited too long. Okay. All right. All right, that's that. What an extremely silly puzzle. What an extremely silly puzzle this is. Kind of fun. Creative for sure. Very silly. A very interesting twist on typical sword orientation constraints. See, one of the most difficult things about these puzzles in this hold has been trying to figure out just what's required of you.
Spinning. Is your head okay after all that?
Hard spinning. Like just reading the room and figuring out all the different mechanisms in place, why things work and don't work. That's like one of the hardest things about this. Well, how do I get out of here? Oh, it helps if I hit the orb. Okay. Let's go. So what do we have here? Bow wow wow. 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 Roach puzzle. Roach maze. Bring the roach into here to kill this serpent. It's the only way to kill the serpents with a roach. Oh. Roach herding. Step across the force arrow. Alright. Any words of advice?
Not only the skills of our trade, but also the human virtues. Patience, little fierce one. Not every instinct you feel should guide your actions.
Yeah, lucky for you, they don't.
I see you want to kill the roach. Will that be your path? I'm not going to give you the answer this time.
Good.
Ooh, it is a test for you.
I know the roach has to stay alive, okay?
Ah, but you don't know why yet, do you? Patience. That is all you need to know for now.
Patience. Thank you, Denfrey. Alright, so the first order of business. How do we keep this roach alive? While killing this rattlesnake. So you can keep a roach at sword's length when traveling vertically. When traveling horizontally, you can't because of vertical preference. Is it possible to get the roach caught up here? That's unlikely. No. It's possible to get the roach caught up there. No, you can't push a roach. You can only pull them towards you in a sense. If I go like this, then I now cannot get out. Okay. Could have been troll there. Yeah. The problem comes if I end up here. I don't see how I can swap places with the roach from here. So yeah, I need to better understand roach manipulation here. I can create distance. I can't like jockey it around these blocks here. I think if I end up in this position, it's already over. Unless the tail is back to here. Okay, so it's... See, that doesn't work. It'll always get around me. What if we take this line? And we're back here, okay. Back here again.
Perhaps I should have warned you more clearly.
Just seeing what he
The reason
says.
for not killing the roach is that
Yeah, okay, I know. Need roach to kill serpent. I got it.
Need roach, kill serpent. If we just go like that, does that allow me to go like that? Okay. Whoops. How did I do that again? How did I do that again? Like that. That's right, that's right. So this seems good. The question now is, what do I do from here? I can get behind it like that. But if I get to this position again... Whoa. I don't see that I can actually get out of it. So here we need to learn more intimately roach behavior. It's not something that I quite understand completely. The big problem is there doesn't seem to be a way. If the roach is to the left of me and Beethro's here, there doesn't seem to be a way to reverse that situation. If we instead do what? I don't know. It's hard to tell when I'm supposed to be cutting the tail, when I'm supposed to be manipulating the roach, where my safe spots are. Anything like that. It's very hard. Especially when you don't understand how to herd roaches like that. Huh. Quite a puzzle. Quite a tricky little conundrum here. Just gets me into this position, which doesn't seem good. I'm losing ground to the roach. Unless there's something I'm missing, I don't seem to be able to actually make up that ground again. From here, I think I'm just stuck. I need to be able to get up here to kill the tail. Huh? Okay. That doesn't work because vertical preference. I understand that. Again, vertical preference wins out. You go south. That sort of stalling technique only works if I'm moving vertically to keep the sword between me and the roach. Gives me one tile of space to work with, and that's it. Do something like that to get the roach over there, but I don't understand how to continue cutting it from this point. Because when the tail's up here, Beethro has to be here to cut it. Stalling the roach here Seems likely. But how? Huh. So I feel like at this point it might already be lost, but I honestly don't even know. There's like some weird movement manipulation mechanics that I've never had to use and never learned and don't see. I don't see it. These rocks are obviously important. Rock and sword. And serpent tail. Those are my 3 obstacles to use. Rocks, sword, serpent tail. Moving vertically can be done easier than moving it horizontally. Now it has nowhere to get caught on. Switching places with the roach. That's the thing I need to really figure out how to do. I feel like you need very specific geometry to do that. And I don't see how to use what I have here to do it, but there must be a way. Must be a way. Not like that. Not like that. That's death. Now I'm back to this situation, which I have not been able to figure out how to get out of. I don't believe it's possible. I don't see how using this back area would be of any use unless I can somehow get the roach back there, but I don't see how that's possible. Okay. This is very confusing. Kill 1 tile of the serpent tail to allow me to stow the roach in here and Beethro to get out. Do I want to do that? I have no way of pushing the roach back to get it caught onto these rocks. It's not something that can be done. So I need to swap places with it in order to pull it to the right. What? Okay, wait. Go like this. Go like that. Go like that. Go like that. go. What? Like, I don't even know what I'm trying to do here. This is so mysterious. I don't really see what options I have. It's just... What? I can cut the tail up to here. I can cut it there. So, wait. I can cut it there and then I die. Cut it like that. And then I die. I can cut it to there and survive, but I don't know how to get out of this position without killing the roach. I don't think it's possible. If it is, it's extremely unintuitive. Like, well, I have to have the sword facing west when I step into one of these tiles. What?
Perhaps I should have...
This is kind of annoying. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing here. Or how to do it. This is kind of annoying. Kind of annoying. I don't see anywhere to put this roach. Like, the only spot I can keep the roach is right here, but as soon as I cut the tail, it's free. I don't know how to put the roach on the right side of these rocks, if that's even possible. I don't see how you could possibly bring the roach over here. I don't see how I could get the roach on the other side of the tail unless I leave it there like this. But now... Cool. This just puts me in the same boat. Can't keep it on the south tip of my sword. This is the same thing I've been doing. It doesn't work. What in the world is this puzzle?
Perhaps I should...
What? There's nowhere I can bring the roach before starting the puzzle to get it stalled anywhere else. I can't like maneuver it up there without coming through here, but that's not possible. Well. Huh. So whatever I have to do has to be done from in here. We have 3 different possible starts as far as positioning goes. Stab the tail, I guess 4. I can stab the tail from here, here, or here. 3 different starts. This seems the most obvious to me. But cutting the tail is not really the problem, it's manipulating this roach. There's got to be some weird way of handling it that I don't understand. So I know you can keep it at your sword's tip, but only if you're moving vertically. And using that space, you can get stuck behind walls. You cannot do that while moving horizontally. You have to get it trapped on an object. Well, I guess this is exciting. Where do I need the roach to be when I cut the tail up while it's up here? We need to figure that part out first. How do I safely cut the tail when it's up here? Getting the roach caught over here seems logical. How do I do that? Get the roach, have it following me. Have the roach to the south of me while I move north along this side. Like that. And then go around there. It'll stay there. Okay, how do I do that? So moving diagonally. So let's do this again. Let's do this to swap sides with it. Put it there. Right back here. How do I get the roach to the south of me? That doesn't work to keep it to the south. It doesn't work to keep it to the north. Right back to here. From here, I cannot transfer the roach to a different position at all. I feel pretty confident in saying that in this position, there's nothing I can do to reposition the roach, besides pull it closer to me back here. I cannot get into this specific position until the tail has been cut away so I can use the tail. I think that much can be said. Do one cut, switch around. That's that. This is quite dumb. I only say that because I have no idea what I need to do. And it's such constrained environment, so few things to work with. Feels like it's something that once you know, okay, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. Okay. So do that again. Do that again. Okay, that's how you shuffle it. Force it to move horizontally rather than vertically when it's at your sword's tip. That gives me the opportunity to jockey around it. Okay, okay. The one specific movement pattern. Only movement pattern that works. Cool. Well, I feel a little bit better, but it's not very satisfying. I'll have to use that knowledge, though, for further progression. Okay, do the exact same thing again here. Right? Do the exact same thing again. Get some more cut. Just repeat this over and over, it looks like. Okay. Do it again. Now we have problems, though. So I can't use that same technique to get out of here. So I need to reassess how I attack this bit. I need to jockey around it. So now this is just a giant loop. A loop of bad news. A bad news loop. How do we get out of bad news loop? And create a little bit of distance. But this is the bad news. I can't get out of that. Back to here. No. Whoops. Alright, we made it a step further. Made it a little bit further. We have problems again. Problems again. Problems again. Swap positions with the roach. To get this set up. No, this is just a loop. Definitely seems like the only thing to do from here is make that cut and get a win like that. From here, I think it's just problems. I think this is just bad. Because I can't set up that same scenario unless the roach were over here. Going here doesn't seem to allow me to pull the roach in like that. No. Trying to figure out if there's a way to like stab this and then stand up here with the sword facing south. How do I stab that and not bring the roach over? Can't do that. It's like if I stab that, I don't see how I can recover from this now. There might be a way. Dear Lord, this is a silly puzzle. What does that do? It's the roach there. How does that help me? Can I use this to help me at all yet? I don't believe so. I need to be able to kill this one piece of tail and not be forced to run in here, I think. I suspect that's what I need to do. Somehow I need to get this one kill. Not really sure how. Not really seeing how to do it though. Whoops. I have made a goof. Okay, so if Beethro can only cut this tail portion by standing here or here, one of these two. Neither of these two spots will ever be perfectly protected from the roach. I just need to create distance. Somehow stow the roach on the south side of one of these rocks? This... Is that possible? No. God. Oh, what a frustrating puzzle. Just have to learn the one exact sequence of moves that manipulates the roach in an unintuitive way. I mean, I assume it's still salvageable from here because it's just a straight line of tail to make multiple cuts while the tail's along the top lane. Just doable. This is fine. Oh, go like that. Oh, okay. Just had to go like that. From here, put the roach there. What good does that do? No. I get the checkpoint now. So why did I want this? I've already forgotten. Go like that. That's right. Okay. Okay, close. No. We're close. Phase 1 done. Oh, this is extremely excruciating. So now we need to... Roach has to kill the serpent. That's the whole thing. We're doing the roach dance so we can kill the serpent with it. This orb closes all the open doors and opens these two. So I need to get the roach. I can't go like that. Can't go like that. I don't know where I need to get the roach here. Follow me from the north somehow? Like that? What is this? So now I need to get the roach in here while I have time to run up here and hit the orb while the roach is in here. Huh? How do we toggle the orb while the roach is in here? Using this spot, create distance, dropping these trapdoors maybe. I don't know. I don't know. Whoops. Smack the mic. Apologies. What? Okay, the orb also toggles that. Do we need to use this trapdoor nonsense? Surely not. That's how Beethro gets out. How do you stall the roach there? It's very possible that I only need to drop specific trapdoors, not all 6 of them. But this is so far away from any cover. The orb toggles this door. There's no way for me to get in there, drop enough trapdoors, get back out, to stow the roach in there, to toggle the orb, to trap it with the door. No. No, 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 no. I don't know what needs doing. I don't know what needs to be done here. This is just silly. The heck? And there's a lot of potential places. It's a toggle. I need to utilize the fact that it's a toggle. So now I can drop that. Oh, but that closes those. Okay. Wait a minute. I think I see it. I think I see what needs to be done here. Get the roach out. I guess I could drop that on the way. Swap places with the roach. I need to get it stowed away there, which will never happen. Stow it there. Swap places. I just need to hit this orb now to close this door, get the roach stuck here, and then I can do a toggle, open and close the door. Oh, that means I'm gonna have to drop a couple more, maybe all of these. Let's see how this plays with all of them dropped. Well. Just need to be able to hit this freaking orb. Just this orb. Just toggle it. Just toggle it once. How do we toggle it just once? Regardless of roach. I need to hit it without dying. Trap it there. I need a different sword orientation. I need a south sword. I think, no, because vertical preference is going to have it slide along the wall there. What a very silly place this is. Oh! This is a true delight. Okay, now what needs to be done? Oh dear. Not done yet. Just almost done. When you create enough distance, either horizontally or vertically, to slide it in there, or slide it in, or using this corner to slide it in while Beethro's over here, or yeah, or use this corner to slide it in. Put the roach there, Beethro over here. One or the other. Go like that. Let's make sure that this doesn't work. Oops. Don't think this will work. Oh, that worked. Okay. It was that easy.
Good. Now you understand how a roach can be used to kill a serpent. And more importantly, you have learned a lesson about patience.
That was excruciating. Let's see what's next. Oh, more rooms. Now you've learned how a roach can be used to kill a serpent. And more importantly, you've learned patience. Two more rooms. Looks like just these two, then the room will be clear and we can solve this. Go to the escape. Let's continue on. Immediately to the next room. Finally learned how to kill a serpent. All this time. Mimic. Manipulation. Got a bunch of nonsense going on. Not really sure what I'm looking at just yet. Brained serpents. Okay. Only one move can be done to begin with. Do that. Only one move can be done from here. Do that. And now we need to learn why the mimic is required. I could free this serpent now. This appears to be my serpent kill zone right here. all these orbs and toggles and doors, they make my brain hurt. Every room you gotta spend 5 minutes clicking on stuff just to see what activates and opens and closes and toggles and... Open that and that, but closes that. Like, is that good? Is that bad? How do I know? What's the mimic for? I'm so confused. I mean, it's just 2 orbs. I obviously can't do anything now. There's no way to get away from a brain serpent. I can create distance via diagonal steps. Well, that's it. There's no kill zone. Unless I use the mimic to create one. What? I love these rooms where I just don't even know what I'm doing. I don't even know what I'm doing. Just go like that? Sure. Let me just go like that. And now send the mimic in there to hit that orb while Beethro's here. And then need to jockey around again, which I don't know if I can from here. Trying to get the mimic up there, or even get the mimic above that. I guess we can use this to reposition. Of course. It's not going to be easy. In fact, it's not going to be possible, I should say. still don't even understand what's going on here. Put the Mimic there, bring Beethro in here. If I put the Mimic there, there's no way to bring the Mimic all the way up there. There's not nearly enough vertical leverage. Bow wow 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 bow bow bow. The only spot to kill this bottom serpent. Serpents do not travel over force arrows. Serpents do not travel over force arrows. Rattlesnakes do, serpents do not. The only way to kill these serpents then is by creating a kill zone with the Mimic. They will never travel here or here. So I just need to get the Mimic up here. The only way to open these... I mean, I guess Beethro can get in here, pop the orb, and then kill the brain and come back out here. But again, there's not nearly enough vertical. Unless we unleash the serpent, bring the serpent down here with the Mimic to leverage our way down. And then killing the Mimic, or killing the serpent, like here. Opening the door and letting it... Wow. I guess? But then what's this for? So confusing. So confusing. Serpent, wrong way. Why did... Serpent doesn't act as brained unless it can have... unless it has a path to Beethro visible. But I will never be able to create a path to Beethro. So we just have an unbrained serpent that I need to manipulate somehow? While Beethro's stuck over here. This is confusing. Hey, Kalindo, welcome. Still alive for a little bit. I'm thoroughly confused by this puzzle. I don't even know what it's asking me to try to do here. Which is a good sign, I guess. Maybe I have it backwards. Maybe ride this serpent down here with the mimic to bring Beethro up into there. Although this serpent will be brained. Maybe I just have it backwards? I think it's brained? I don't know. Are you brained, serpent? He's not moving. I don't think he's brained. And now he shrunk itself and he's stuck in a little movement preference loop. Alright. What? Let's do the other room, because I don't know. Maybe my brain's just melted from all this DROD, but I don't even understand what I'm trying to do there. This is also a mess. This is also a mess. Oh dear. See, all these rooms take like 20 minutes of just staring to figure out what in the world you're even looking at. Ah! A tunnel to nowhere. Okay. Secret? Ah, surely this will be civilized. Nice and civilized little secret. Alright, well there's a death trap there. Orb there. Orb there. Probably have to time this right. Oh, no. Right. Yet again, I don't even know know what I'm looking at or what I'm being asked to do here. Somehow bring the roach up here. Roach is brained. It's possible to unbrain it, but not in time. Use these rattlesnakes to plug these paths so that the brained path that gets calculated sends it up here, I guess? So we're manipulating brained rattlesnakes into plugging the diagonals. Is that even possible? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. I mean, it might be possible, but not necessarily easy. No. Okay, there's Beethro's stuck. What? That's obviously not the answer. Yet again. Thoroughly confused. Like, that seems good, but now I can't get back out. Doing a movement like that seems very good. So if I kill 3 of them and then leave the 4th like that, then this roach should calculate its path out to Beethro as this, which will allow me to time its movement, kill the brain while it's up here to kill the serpent. So I probably should have seen which serpent. I'm going to assume that it's this serpent, the longest one I want to keep alive, so kill all the other brained rattlesnakes. Easier said than done. It should be doable. It should be doable. 1 hit. That's not good. Okay. Wow, 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 wow. Let's see why this works, or why this doesn't work. Why does the brained roach decide to go there? When this is a path to Beethro. Do the brains not consider rattlesnakes as obstacles? Only their bodies, not their heads, maybe? But even still, is he trying to go like that? This hold relies on you understanding like the most intricate nuances of monster behavior that has not been explained verbatim in the game whatsoever, or required for anything up to this point. It's like nowhere in the game does it tell you what brained behavior is like. You just have to intuit it and decipher it in the very few instances that you run across brains. Or I guess you just have to troll the forums and study it with other people that have dissected the game's code. I guess at this point, dealing with these ultra hard holds, you can't really be expected to clear them with knowledge gleaned from gameplay itself. You're kind of required to go outside the box to figure out what needs doing and how to do it. Like, how is... Oops. Continue playing. How is the brain altering their movement? No? You must learn how they think. There you go. That's what the game tells you. You just have to learn how they think. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Well, that's a good way to get... I feel like I can do this with just one serpent. 17's the longest. if my idea is correct, which it may not be. Oh, what am I doing? I'll just slowly chip away at these other rattlesnakes, leaving just that one alive. Attempt to, at least. Good. Not good. It's fine. It's not good, it's fine. It's not fine, it's fine. Okay, have a couple chips off the old block there. This could still be good. I can't get to those tails. Never mind. Except, no, this isn't gonna work. I need a second serpent alive. Because that's still... I need him to turn north there. I need... What? Ow, what? What? I don't know. Assume this isn't going to work, though. See, this is a thing. I don't know what I'm trying to do. Which makes it hard to solve. Okay, he goes that way instead? Oh, we have to plug both sides. I guess the brain thinks that this is a more viable path than this. Because we have to completely cut off access. So that way the brain cannot calculate a path, so the roach acts as if unbrained. So this is just silly rattlesnake manipulation. I guess. So what's the least number of cuts I can do to free these? Brained rattlesnake manipulation in a very specific format while having room for Beethro to escape. I have to kill that one, right? How do... I can go like that. So that seems to be the least number of cuts I can do to allow all serpents to still live. Then how do you get stuff like that blocked? I guess it doesn't matter necessarily if you allow the tail to go like that. And Beethro still has to get out. Hey, G, welcome. To Amsterdam. Oh, cool. I've never been. Never been to Europe, even. Brained rattlesnake manipulation. Whoop-dee-doo. This is kind of a disaster. Because I don't know what brains see as being viable obstacles or not. So I don't know what I should be trying to do with this. See that? Assuming that they don't see heads, but they do see rattlesnake bodies. This is blocked off. This is blocked off. But I can't get back here. We stab that. There is a viable path to Beethro. So it goes like that. And stuck. That wasn't good. That wasn't good. Because I have to get out of there still somehow. To still get out of there. When I get out of there, that means that there's also a way for the roach to get out of there. So 3 of the 4 rattlesnakes have to be stalled in the correct positions. The 4th one out here. Beethro escapes and then lures the 4th one in to block the escape route? What? This seems mysterious. And since they're all brained, it just totally complicates everything. Wait, why? How did those get unstuck? I'm confused. Okay. Gotta love rooms where you don't even know exactly what you want to do. I'm just kind of hoping that I get something that I think might work. Which is a solid attack plan. This won't work. Because why? Why is he going that way? To go through the heads and up there. Oops. That's not good. I don't understand how you're supposed to do this. Don't really understand how you're supposed to plug it in such a way. Maybe just time this just right. Like that. But it wasn't quick enough? Wait, what? The roach doesn't even have enough time to get up there? Oh, because sword. There we go. Oh, that doesn't work. Well, it might. Step on the fuse at 294. Head there. Nope. Oh yeah, it did. No, it doesn't. So now I'm stuck. So we can't do that because Beethro gets stuck. Gotta use this bit over here somehow. Oh, this is extremely silly. So how do I want the serpents? Like, disregarding how to get them where I want them, like, the first question is how do I want them? Heads up here? Well, if they go head in like that, then that's a closed off path. So just figuring out how the heck to do this. And still getting out. And then repositioning the other ones is a mystery. Like, how do I just... If I could plant them one at a time, that'd be great. But, like, this guy's now stuck forever, and his whole body is wasted. good. Oh, come on, buddy. Why you do this? I feel like this was close. I would have had to cut my way out of here, which would have freed this one. Now if I can trim this to 2 tiles and send them right there. Maybe this is still doable. I don't know how to send brain serpents anywhere. You can't. They just follow their tummies. How in the world this be done? Like that. Alright. This should theoretically work. Yep. Alright, what a silly room. I think you could say that about a lot of these rooms.
Clear.
Clear. Whew. Oh, what time is it? Maybe you'll try one more room. We'll try this room for a little bit. And then call it a day. I haven't really tried to understand this mess of serpents and arrows. This one is still mysterious to me. I maybe get what I'm supposed to be doing, but not really. Tunnel to nowhere. Where do you even begin? Where do you even begin? Okay, oh, tunnel to down here. One-way tunnel from here going out. Go in there to pop the orb, which frees everything. We either have to use this roach and these evil eyes to kill all these serpents, or use the roach and the evil eyes, whoops, and the rattlesnake to kill all these serpents. Because none of these serpents, if I'm reading these areas correctly, have kill spots. Like, this is just a big loop. But we can kill the evil eyes, maybe, to create a kill spot. So I guess... No, we can't kill the evil eyes. Oh no, maybe... No. Evil eyes must be killed from behind, which means we have to go through there first. Which means the serpent must be killed first. Serpent, we need to juggle the roach. This seems to be phase 1 of the plan, is roach juggling. And I didn't do it. Better timing, better timing. Roach needs to be there. Turn order makes the serpent move first. When the serpent head is there. Serpent head there, roach there. So 1, 2, 1, 2. Serpent head there, strike the orb. Okay. Starting to think the rattlesnake is important here. Can't take the tunnel. Alright, we have to do something with the rattlesnake. This is an enormously unwieldy rattlesnake. Perhaps it needs to be trimmed to a more viable size. But what size is that? I don't know. Huh. Oh my goodness, this is silly. First things first, we have to decide how long we want the rattlesnake to be. Never mind. Not like that. Is there a way to thread the rattlesnake through all of this nonsense without trimming it whatsoever? Creating kill spots everywhere? Probably. So we just have to manipulate a 135 tile serpent to create the length we need. But it's complicated because we need to use this roach to kill this serpent. We can only use the roach to kill the serpent if we send the rattlesnake in through here, so that's where it ends. That's where the rattlesnake ends. Which means what? We want to loop it around here, up through there, down into here. I mean, we don't necessarily need to do all of this in one go, but we might. Horizontal preference. there's a kill spot. Well, if the serpent's ending there, we're not going to be able to get the serpent back out of there. So we do need to create kill spots for all 6 of these? Or all 5 of these? What? And when the when the roach goes up there to kill that one, there's no getting the roach out. No, the roach is only used for that one. So yeah, somehow we got... Alright, cool. So what's the route? What's the best route? Up here, here, here. We have to end going in there. So down here. As long as there's just... We just need to dip into these little sections with the rattlesnake. Just enough to create a kill zone. Like, for instance, this serpent here. If we just send the rattlesnake down like that, that creates a kill spot right there. In and out like that creates a kill spot there. Okay, okay. We do not have a kill spot for that one yet. We'll just do this one, then this one, that one, this one, then in there. So that's good enough for that guy. Except we have bad preference here. Alright. That's unfortunate. Tighten it up by turn. Oh, that creates a kill spot for both of them. So we don't... Yeah, that's a double kill. It's a double kill. Kill spot, kill spot. Except I didn't do it right. Never mind. Now we have double kill. Okay. A silly puzzle. Very silly. Go up there. Got him. This guy's... Just go there and then south? I didn't do a kill spot for that one. Back here. What an extremely silly room. Okay, gets those two. Gets that one. What did I do with this one again? Go into there. Like that. Now those two. Okay, now it just needs to go in through there. And now I can't go hit the freaking orb. Blah, 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 blah. So, what do we need? It's gonna want to go east. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can go south. Get stuck there. Yeah. Doesn't matter. What a silly room. We have plenty of serpent to spare at least. Do I want to kill the roach now? Sure. Get out of here. Oh, do we have problems here? No. Clear. All right. Cool. That leaves one more. This should be the last room of the floor. And then this one, which is just mimicry to kill those to move that way. So again, since that last room went way quicker than I thought, let's spend a little bit of time looking at this one again. Try and figure out just what needs to be done. Because I couldn't quite come to terms with this last time. Doing that allows access to the Mimic Potion. The Mimic is key. You have to kill both these serpents with the Mimic Potion. Or with the Mimic, specifically. Because there is no kill zone. There is no kill zone. I think Beethro's movements are incredibly constrained into this little area. I think what we need to do is drop the Mimic up here to free this Serpent. Bring the Serpent down here with the Mimic, using the Serpent's body as a ratchet for the Mimic. Move Beethro up here, while the Mimic's like here-ish, or here. It's like stalling the Mimic there with the Serpent's head there, while Beethro's up here, something like that. Ideally while Beethro's here. So that way we can step... Or we have to do it the other way. Gotta do it the other way. Oh, we have to ride the Serpent through here, keeping the Serpent alive to bounce the Mimic up here to release this one, and then kill both of them with the Mimic while Beethro's in here. But once they get through the airlock, Beethro can come over here, kill the brain, and free himself, giving us a lot more mobility, but not enough to ride this up. Okay, I think I understand now. I think. I get it. Somehow bring the Mimic and the Serpent over here while Beethro's up there. Somehow. I mean, I have... I can't shorten the Mimic. I can't shorten the Serpent, I should say. If we only pop that one. It's in horizontal preference, so it'll go the way we want it to. It's going south. Oh yeah, the brain arrow conundrum. The brain arrow conundrum rears its ugly head yet again. I think we're just forced to do everything with this ultra-constrained movement. It's certainly cool. Come on. Come on. Go south. No! Oh, dear. Okay, I want the Mimic to break the wall when Beethro's standing here. I want the Mimic to break the wall standing on that tile. Although I guess I don't need to block the east. As long as I'm not blocking... Or I don't need to block the west. As long as I'm not blocking the east path, he'll want to go east. So I think I want to break the wall on this tile when Beethro's standing there. So let's count this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 north. 3 west. Drop the Mimic there. Did I count that right? Probably not. Nope. Why did he go west? Horizontal preference, west brings him closer to me. Okay. 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 From here, what do? Get some ratchet. Am I just like hoping and praying that the serpent cooperates? Because that seems terrible. I have such limited influence over its behavior from here. I guess the limited influence is still influence. Oh, let's see. This is bad. I don't know what to do from here. I don't know if there's anything I can do. I guess not. Like, I can do stuff like that to ever so slightly move it. Ever so slightly. And then it does stuff like that. Oh, now I need to use it for ratchet. But it gets caught in that loop again. And now I can't control it. What? This is silly. I think this is the right idea, but this seems extremely silly. Now it's caught there. Once it gets into that corner, it's all over. I don't think I can allow it to shorten whatsoever. Come on. Don't. Oh, no. Come south, serpent. Like, how can I influence the serpent's behavior from here? When it's in horizontal preference, like now, it's going to want to go west. It goes west. I cannot change its mind. When it's in horizontal preference, it's always going to want to go west to get closer to me. None of these spots gives me the ability to change that. When it's in vertical preference, it's going to want to go north unless it can't, which will cause it to go east and then south. So I guess that's the time that I use vertical preference only, which is now. Let's go south. Caught in the loop. What is this? Okay. So here it goes south again. South. I can block that. It's in horizontal preference. It wants to go west, so it's going to go north instead. Nothing I can do to change that. I mean, this is really close to enough space. And now it's getting caught up there, and that's that. This is silly. Thing is, there's nothing I can do to influence when it goes up there, so I have to prevent it from going up there, but I also need to keep the serpent to the north of me to use it as leverage. If he goes north from here, it's just all over. Go south. It's never going to go south. It would only go south if there. And now I still need to ride it north. Maybe easier to do that because I can't actually do that. Oh no. Mimic has to end all the way in here. What the heck? How do you end up on the north side of the snake when you toggle the orb? That's the key here. That's the key. Come back, snake. That's the end of that. He's never going to come back. Come back. Come back. Absolutely insane. I'm losing my ratchet. Oh, dude, this is bonkers. So we have to move the snake to the west side of the mimic in order to position Beethro over here, but keep the snake going this way. I guess that means it has to be in vertical preference to go north and east. That's just how it's got to be. Which is now lost. Go back here, maybe? I'd rather the snake not shorten itself. Just be so much easier if the snake wasn't constantly eating itself. Goodness. Like that. Serpent! Ah, so close. It's in horizontal preference, so it's always going to go west this turn. I have no way, no say over that. Now I missed my bus, because it's just going to go due north. You have to be on top. It has to go around like that to give me the leverage I need. But if it goes around like that, then the mimic's not above it. Okay, this is my window. This is my window right here. Send it north. Wait till now. Whoops. Alright. Now you ride the bus. Now you ride the serpent bus. What a silly puzzle. Oh, wrong way, serpent. And he'll come back. They always come back. It's going to be an issue when we get out up here to get out of this corner. We'll deal with that issue when we get there, though. Come back, serpent. So I can't allow it to get into the northeast corner. Now we have to use this to leverage our way over. Cutting this wall along the way. I think once we cut this wall, one serpent can go. I think we want to kill the second serpent here, bring the mimic in to pop that. And then from that point, it's over. I think we're almost there. Oh, now he's wanting to travel. We want to go that way. Problem is, I need it behind me and still traveling west. And it's gonna go like that. Okay. Serpent? Serpent? Okay, I suspect we're safe to do that. Checkpoints are not too far off. Now we have two baby serpents. Just trying to watch their behavior to make sure this guy's not just screwed. He seems to be just screwed. There we go. I need space. I need movement. Kill. Serpent? Serpent? Are you gonna come out? Serpent? I will convince you to come out. Please come back this way, Serpent. Thank you. Please come out. See, sending a serpent west is terrible. Sending the serpent west is the hardest possible direction to send it. Plus factoring in that we have to use this serpent that we're sending to the west as leverage to push the mimic further. I mean, yeah, I can send it like that, but I need to use him as well as leverage. Unless I needed to keep that other serpent alive. I might have needed to keep the other serpent alive. Go south! It's not gonna go south. Just gonna... I could have used... He's gonna go horizontal preference, continue east. He's gonna turn south this turn. Right? Yeah. So I can move there to continue him there, get him to turn south, leverage. Now we just do the waiting game. He'll come over here eventually. Once his preferences line up. Oh, no, okay. I was able to influence his behavior. I didn't think I'd be able to. I didn't think Beethro moving from there to there would make that much of a difference, but I guess it did. Yeah, because that puts him in here. Okay. Cool. He's in a horizontal preference, so he's going to travel east for 7 years. Now he wants to go there. Do it again. Come on, buddy. Come on, buddy. Oh, he shrunk. He shrunk. So, can I prevent him from shrinking? Yes. Come on, buddy. He shrunk and he's stuck. Oh my goodness. The finicky is off the rails here. Ultra finnick. What? Don't do that. Okay, go back here. Vertical preference. Shrink. Oh my goodness, dude. This is insanity. I gotta go back to here. This orb opens this door. It does stuff with here as well, but this is irrelevant because of the order I did the snakes in. The Mimic needs to hit this orb, so that way the Mimic can come in here to hit this orb, so Beethro can come and kill the brain. Come on. This is how we do it. That's how we do it. That's how you do it. Okay. So very close now. But I still need more. I need one more tile, and the snake's now gone forever. It's very close there, okay. So just block the snake in. Go south. When it's this small, I don't think there's enough for me to work with. Although, having the serpent here should allow Beethro to do more manipulations. Come on, come back. terrified of losing it. We have to... Okay. Come here and die, please. Please, Serpent. Please come back and die. Please come back and die. Please come back and die. Except I need to get the Mimic all the way here. One more tile over. Okay, wait. That's possible. Please come back and die. Just die. Oh, dear. Is this still doable? Or did I botch it at the last minute? I might have botched it at the last minute there. I need the Mimic to be on the left side of Beethro. So we're not quite out of the woods yet. But this should be reliably consistent. There we go. Come on. Oof. Ugly, ugly, ugly room. Terrible nonsense. Oh, but it's over. Alright, let's finish the floor, get a peek at the next one. And then we're gonna wrap it up. Oh, oh, ho, 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 ho.
With the blue door down, you can finally remove both of these brains.
Alright. Probably already screwed it up. I don't care. I have to actually think about this. Of course, it's not going to be a given. To be standing there, or the Mimic standing there when Beethro's there. Easy enough. Easy enough.
With the blue... Ha! Excellent. Truly great mimic control.
I don't want to hear it, Denfrey. I'm turning into Beethro. Oof. Ooh. 5 hours. A little longer than floor 3. 5th level. In Fulse, they make plans to move to Parnip. In Parnip, they take pains to live in Fulse. And after their arrival, it takes steady contrival to imagine they've accomplished their goals. Is that a limerick? Kind of. Tar. Tar is the word of the day. Denfrey, where are you? Denfrey! We can at least explore new rooms by going like that. Denfrey! Yep, Tar Mothers.
There's one important thing you'll need to know for this room. I'll let you survey the situation. Come to me when you're ready for your hint.
There's the next floor. Tar and Mud
Now,
Mothers.
I will watch quietly. Let's see what you've learned. And if the room is too hard for you, you just come to me. I can still give you a hint if you need one.
Looks like Denfrey's actually offering to help. What a chum. Ooh, look at this secret room. Well, alright. Doesn't look like there's like ortho squared trapdoors concealed by tar. It doesn't look like the tar is covering anything. This is just tar removal. Just tar removal. Oh, Denfrey!
Now, I will walk.
He killed me. Denfrey's a savage. Just straight up murdered his servant. Character wubbas. Okay. Look at that! Oh, look at these eyes! Alright, looks like Tar is the name of the game next time. I'm gonna keep peeking at the rooms. Was that a seep in here too? Of course. Seep must be on the tar gate when you clear the tar. Brain, serpent, tar mother, bomb to kill something. Has every room had a tar mother in it? Rock golem, tar mother, roaches, timer. I'm almost positive all of these will be on timers, or at least the vast majority will be on timers. Like, this is an obvious 30-turn timer. 30 turns to hit the orb, I should say. This is like a room where Tar can't expand, at least. Although... Oh... Yeah. We have to hit the orb and then use the resulting 29 turns to do something and then hit the orb again. Okay. This mud looks dangerous. Yeah, that's... Once it expands once, you can no longer get inside there unless you detonate the bomb. Oh, yeah.
There's one in.
Yeah, be quiet. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. I want to look at these other rooms, but I have to actually think about it. Oh, we have... Oh, no, this is... fine. Gotta clear this room too eventually. Looks like clearing it from the north west is the way to go. Well, not necessarily. Invisibility. 4 invisibility potions? Got a serpent just killing itself. What is this? Why can't the serpent die? This is inaccessible, period. Even while invisible. I get the feeling there's going to be a lot of synchronized tar stabbing with this mimic for this room. Just at a glance, but again, these rooms are impossible to read at a glance. Rattlesnake maze with tar everywhere. Immediate tar timer right there. But one you can deal with. These orbs are on tar timers. These rooms are complicated, as expected from this hold. Nothing will be given to you. Everything must be worked for. Alright, how do I go south? I want to look at south. I want to look at south. That's unpassable. Impassable. Use these two decoys to cut through there? I guess. Oh, use two right here. Oh, yeah. Of course. It's so hard to tell at a glance what any of these rooms are. Besides, like, the most basic monster composition. And this tar is going to expand. This is seemingly a timer. Hit this orb to get back out. I'm gonna kill the mother. We have to bring something into here to kill the serpent, because Beethro can't. Same with here. Toggle these for some reason. It's I can't read these. I can't read these rooms. Not at a glance. Have to dive in and like poke around and play with it and see what goes wrong. All right, cool. That's what we're up against next time. Let's stop the timer there. Beethro's teacher continues to be a challenge. Cool. So we'll learn about tar next time. So probably pick this up again Monday. No stream tomorrow. Take a day off for Sunday. A day of rest. I think we'll plan on coming back and playing more DROD on Monday. I get the feeling these rooms are all going to be nightmares. Although maybe not. You know, I'm pretty familiar with tar. I'm pretty confident in tar shapes and cutting and efficiency, clearing it. But then again, I haven't been up against tar puzzles made by Henry, who did the rest of these puzzles, so could be new tricks to be learned. Could be just extremely convoluted madness. I like this one with just the eyes. Oh, how menacing eyes everywhere. At least Denfrey's here to give us some help. So, let's stop it there. A good day. Much progress was made. The entirety of 4th level was cleared. 3rd level, the back half of it was cleared. On to 5th level of Tar. I wonder if I've missed any secrets. I hope not. I'll find out at the end. There's still this mysterious bit from the high path when we first started. Although this is obviously inaccessible. We might, like, come out here for the end. I don't know. We'll see. Plugging along through this. DROD is good. DROD is fun. My brains are melting. So thank you all for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the follows. Let's do a raid. Like I said, we'll be back on Monday to play more DROD. We'll do at least one more DROD stream before the next variety. Depending on how difficult these Tar puzzles are. Maybe you'll just do Tar on Monday and then play some NES games on Tuesday. I don't know. We'll see how it goes on Monday. These are draining, though. These are like, they require complete focus and attention for hours on end. So it's nice to break it up. But anyway. Thanks for watching. Good time was had. Let's raid a streamer who is streaming. I'm gonna raid Noodle Beef Noodle. She plays a lot of cool games. She's playing Dagger of Amun-Ra, one of my favorite Sierra games. One of my favorites. She's pretty fun to watch. She's very silly. Adios. Thanks for watching. See you all next time. Farewell. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. One of these days I'll make an outro for my stream. That day is not this one.